Mm-hmm. What you mean? It is. I really like the bottom middle one. I don't know if you have the same grid on mobile, the one that I have on desktop, but yeah. The one just before the last one. And Kat and Chris, hi. Oh, got it. Good day. How was the weekend? How was the challenge? Chris, did you do the challenge, or did you decide to do the challenge on every day, weekend included, or were you mostly like a weekday type of thing? Stony, this is the one that I'm talking about. I personally think that this is the best picture that we have on the array that you have shared. I love the earpiece as well, but this one is really cool. Anyways, it is. I agree. I agree. She was meant to be every day, but I changed it due to schedule, now giving 2 days per day of challenge. Cool. Yes. I think it's a pretty good thing to do, to just have some sort of a limited amount of time that is enough time to do things. Because in the beginning, when you're starting, you're not as fast as you will be later, if that's interesting to you. And just giving you like 1 day, there is not going to be enough. So giving you 2 days, pretty good. Yes, agreed. Agreed with that entirely. Good thinking. Good thinking. We have some half-assed news, kind of news, not news, they are news thing. And we'll see what we can do. I achieved something. I'm impressed by myself, but I achieved something. I have a working to an extent. I have a working Arct tab bar. That took 2 hours last night and some refinement today. And now I also have an arched tab segment control thing above as well. Though it's fucked. But it's something. It is something. So I've been like trying to figure it out. I did it in a straight manner in the first place to see if it worked, and then I arched the thing and it didn't work, and then I did it again, and yeah, that is extremely annoying. And right now it looks like this with the text that is extremely flat, and I don't like it. And also I lost animation, which is really sad. Like really, really sad. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't think I'm looking at anything. Let's hope. Cool. Let's see if it loads. I don't think you will see much because I can't zoom in on these things. But welcome, hi, work on it. It is now arced-ish. And in the bottom section is also arced, but the tab itself cannot be positioned properly, and I can't figure it out. So that's annoying. But yeah, it's okay. I wish I could zoom in. I guess I can zoom in if I just launch the thing. You will have a better view. A better view, maybe. It's got it. Yeah. I can zoom in. As far as I remember, I can zoom in on this thing, so it should be better for you, for me as well. But yeah, for you. Let's hope. How's your weekend, Malcolm? How's everything? I wish I could do that. That would be good. I can't do that. My weekend has been pretty good. I remember that I have my injection to do tomorrow, so I did. I can't zoom in the whole screen. That's the thing. I mean, I can in the inspector here if it decide to fucking start. We used to have that. We used to have the control zoom, and it kind of disappeared. Like it's something that I used to do. Yes. No, the injection is in my calendar. Yes, it is. It's just that it's monthly, so I forgot how much time needs to pass, which is like 4 weeks, as monthly means. And yeah. That's the issue. That's the stage. The arcing of the text is just not an option, and it looks like shit. Also, in the inspector, I can't really click the tabs, which is kind of bad. The only way that I can click the tabs is if I do that, and that is heavy. So, yeah, it's cute, right? Isn't it cute? Let me make it so that you can see shit. It's Isn't it nice? I like the glass effect, obviously, because that's me. I do like that, and we kind of lost that. For some reason, it doesn't want to do the thing properly. Like, the size of the tabs is not respected, and on the kanji one, which is again going to take like a ton of time to load, because the tabs are so small.
10-1 pin is now following.
10-1 pin. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I think it's the first time that I'm seeing you here. You see that? You see that issue there? Right there? Right there. I can't figure it out. I've been trying. It works on most of the thing, but then the split, basically the math function to split the tabs, is not working as I expect it to work. And yeah, it's kind of sad. Also, I lost persistence, if that speaks to anyone. Persistence is basically ensuring that the state of a view stay the same when you come back to it. So, for example, if here I was to say I don't want to see the readings underneath the characters, and I want to be in the katakana views, Bestians, hi, welcome on in. And then I move on to the radical view, it loads that's cool, but then with persistence, when I'm going back to the kana view, I would have no readings and the katakana view in place. Jonathan, hi. And that's not the case. It reverts to the initial state, and same thing. I can't figure it out. There's something to put in place with the persistence states checkers, and it I struggle with it. So progress. Still progress. I feel like having the ability at least to have like these curved-ish sections and the navigation curved as well with the function behavior of navigating through things with the arch, with everything that is good. So appreciate it. Well, I downloaded Xcode, but I don't code with it. If that makes sense. I code with the cursor, and I test with Xcode because cursor doesn't give me the preview. So that is, yeah, that's the current behavior. I appreciate it. They are technically the old one, but yeah. Is it yours, my hair? Or my design here? Yes, this is mine. This is what I've been making for the past months and a half. Yes. I mean, the code is kind of mine-ish. See, we're gonna go back into the ownership of things. Yes, I am making the code. I mean, I am putting the code in the files most of the time, and I am doing some edits for the designs things, but but in actuality, the code is coming from Cursor and from Claude and from ChatGPT and all of that, because I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, and when I'm reading these makes no sense. So yes, it's mine, but also not mine. So, yeah, debatable. At least so far it works. The behavior is there. We have most of the things working as I want them to work. I have made some changes on the that on the quiz view so that we have a more Duolingo style quizzes with a grid of 4, which makes more sense to me. So I did that, and also had like some of the errors handling, which is pretty important and impressive and interesting. So all of that, that is pretty good. But that's a good progress so far. I really need to figure out how to get the persistence working, because that breaks me. Like, for example, this is supposed to be open by default, which I reverted to non-open by default because it makes more sense now to have it closed and to see that you have radicals at the bottom. But when you have that, and then you go to another page because you say, oh, I was looking at a radical and it looks like something that I've seen in the hiragana or katakana views. For example, you're saying, I don't know, maybe the mu, or mu is something that exists right there, and it's also like a radical, and so you just wanted to check between the two, so you go from the katakana things to the radical thing, and then the open radical is now closed and you missed the things, or if you had scroll down to find the radical in question and now you go back to the other page, it just brings you back. So I need to find persistence. That is the next step. That is the next step. And as long as, or as alongside this, ensuring that I have how do you say that? Alignment. Yeah, I need alignment for the text. I need to figure it out. So far I can't. So yeah, but the app is working. so far. I did a bit of a change in the settings section. I changed the dictionary that is loaded by default. That way I only load 190 examples. That is faster than the 209,000 examples that I used to have. So for testing purposes, I have a bit more or a bit less transition. One of the things that I like a lot is this transition between the profile title and I'm going into the settings. There, I did nothing, but that's cute as fuck. Wasn't expecting to have that transition happen. It's just like iOS was like, oh, you have the same title, I see. Yeah. Let me just transition to. Ha! So good. Anyways, so that happened. I feel like I missed the entire chat for the past 15 minutes, so I'm gonna go back and read some of the things that you've said. Oh, that happens. I need to talk about that. Maybe that happens as well. Yes. Thinking about the weekend. What happens in the weekend? Someone discovered speakers are a thing and music is the thing. Out of nowhere. I've been living here for 4 years. Almost. Never happened. And Saturday, Sunday, discovered that speakers were a thing. And today I had a brain thought that are not good. I'm gonna explain myself. In France right now, the school year started again. Pot, hi. Welcome on in. Thank you. And Gothic, hi. School year started, and I have a school nearby. And I don't know how they do things, but there are always classes and children outside playing. So I think they have some sort of a rotation where one class is on break and the other one is not on break. I think, or maybe there is the sports, the training sessions, classes that happens all day long, which makes sense, right? That also happens. But I have children screaming nearby all day long, and that I like peace. I like silence, and that's not good. So yeah, that yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things happen. I have doubts. I have doubts in my sanity if they continue screaming that much. I hope every sports-related things are only on Mondays, and the rest of the week is gonna be kind of quiet. But I doubt it. I doubt it. We'll see. We'll see. Bessie, you said the new graphics for the streams are really cool. I appreciate that. The new graphics are the old graphics. We used to have them in 2021, roughly. And then I moved from the PC to the Mac, and when I came back here, I moved the PC's related graphics to the Mac, and now we have the new graphics, which are pretty cool. I like them. It changes, right? So that is cool. Cheese, hi, welcome in. How are you? Yeah. For the Swift semantic, it's pretty easy for the design side, to be honest. Like, designing is really simple. Changing things kind of makes sense. When you need to align something, you're gonna do dot align parenthesis, and if you want to align top, you in the parenthesis do dot top. If it's center, dot center. If it's bottom, dot bottom. If it's supposed to be at the top left, it's gonna be dot leading. It makes a lot of sense. But the rest of the things makes no sense. The words that they use are really close to JavaScript for me, so that makes sense, but it's not the best. So one day. The speed at which Cursor and Claude and all of these tools help me go to build the app is crazy. The video that I showcased on Twitter about the curved navigation at the bottom, 25 minutes later, I had the top version of this thing done. And during the video, it's still the flat one. So, you know, dang. That happens. I'm not there yet, Gothic. I can see the chat happening, but I'm on 14 messages left on me reading chat. See that? You see that? I'm slow as fuck. That's where I am right now. I'm catching up. I mean, I'm trying to. Yes, that is why. Also, I'm old, so yes. Yeah, you know, I am old. And Jonathan, yes, when you say the ex-CEO's diagram is now out of Figma, do you mean Marco, or do you mean the other one? Jordan, which one? I know that Marco left. Oh, so Jordan is out and Marco is out as well. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. That's good news. That is good news. For me. I feel like, as I said last week, when the companies that acquire companies and their employees keep the employees for 1 year and then all of the employee left, means that the acquiring company is not as good as it seemed. Therefore, they just, the new acquired people don't want to stay there. That's a good thing on my side to say, oh, that company that was acquiring is not a company to follow in the next few years, because it will probably fail at some point. So when I'm saying fail, I'm not saying like disappear. I'm saying fail the Adobe way, where people are like, just don't use Adobe anymore because it makes no sense, it's too expensive, all of the things that are not good. So there will probably be in the next 5 years a new design related company that will pop up that will be interesting. Yeah, I mean, usually it's that. Usually it is the company employees needs to stay at least 1 year in the company that has acquired them, or leave before the acquisition. That's the usual rule. That is some of the rules that I had in my agency that got acquired. I left before, and in my previous startup, I left before I knew that there was an acquisition happening. So I didn't have to sign a contract with the new company either. And some of the currently acquired employees are still there and cannot leave. So that is a thing as well. What happened? And why are you shooting each other, Gothic? What is that? What? I think I think I caught up with chat. Yay. Yeah. I feel like acquisitions is either a huge success or a huge fail, but there is rarely an in between, at least for me, as far as I've seen. And also from the user point of view, most of the time, it's either not even either. It's usually the app that has been acquired disappears, and there is no support. There is no updates. There is nothing happening to that specific product that has been acquired, and the integration from that specific product into the acquiring company is bad and or is paywalled. So the people that used to use something can't use the thing, therefore they don't use the thing, therefore the feature that has been acquired fails. And yeah. So it's good for the CEOs of the acquired, God damn it, I can't speak, acquired companies. Yeah. Probably. I see. Thank you for the recap, Gothic. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's a nice Gothic landing pad, if I do say so myself. Are you gonna make it? Oh, so close. So close. No one landing on you? You sure about that? I mean, it's rigged, so we're gonna attempt that. I doubt I'm gonna make it. But you know what? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make it. Not an option. And Stony, not an option either. And Larkham, not an option either. I see. I see. Let me... Feels, huh? Well, Connie, how are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's work? Are you still working? Ah, so close. Everyone dropped in the exact same spot, which is like right there. which is kind of crazy. And Chris, I saw your message. I'm gonna check the images. Gonna check that. Yeah, everyone is in the center. That happened. Gothic, did you drop at some point? Did you try to drop? Can you try to drop? Maybe you should try to drop and you drop on yourself. Could be impressive. Sounds kinky. I have also something to complain about. That is interesting. Again, I made a TikTok about it because that's what I do now.
I feels just resubscribed for 20 months. AAOAYESA.
Thanks a lot for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. That's a lot of eyes. Appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. Let me see if I can go on TikTok and show you things. I probably can't. I have doubts. That people are gonna talk about this, but maybe it will work. Anyways, that creator, yeah. God, that sounds like a normal thing. That creator has made this specific post. This was a long time ago now, and she's talking about the rail pass in Japan, which has been updated. So nowadays it's like 70% more expensive than usual. So it's not the greatest deal compared to where it used to be. And she is recommending this things which is called the Klook Value Rail Pass, which costs $279. And today I've seen 3 other creators talking about that specific rail pass from Klook, and this is the biggest scam that I have seen. It makes sense in a way because the Shinkansen in Japan, which is the bullet train, high-speed rail, however you want to call it, is expensive as fuck. You need to buy the seat, and then you need to buy the premium for the high-speed rail, which in total brings your tickets for one train usually around the 100 150 per train. So the Klook Value Rail Pass makes sense if you want to take the train, because again, 150 per train, not back and forth, not a round trip, just one train. So from Tokyo to Osaka is going to be 170 or something, 200-ish. And from Osaka to Tokyo to come back is going to be the same amount. So as soon as you do 2 rail trains, it makes sense, right? That is value, which is okay. But for $280, you have the ability to do that, which is basically, that's a nice pose. Tokyo to Osaka, which is Tokyo Center Airport to Osaka, whichever, I don't really care there. It's 8,000 yen, and 8,000 yen is how can I say that? Cheap. 8,000 yen is $50. And this is a round trip, not just one go. So the Klook Value Pass is 280 for one round trip Tokyo Osaka, and then one train or 2 trains from one of these places. Usually you do Tokyo Osaka Kyoto, Kyoto Osaka Tokyo, like that's the usual triangle that people do. Taking the plane is gonna cost you $50 round trip to do one trip, like one back and forth in between Tokyo and Osaka. And then you can take a train that is a local train from Osaka to Tokyo to Kyoto that costs about $20. So in total, you might spend 120 euros, dollars on that. And this entire Klook Value Pass thing is just, to me, it's just a scam. It looks like a scam. It feels like a scam. And it's ripping off people that just don't know. And in that video specifically, I explained that, yes, it makes sense. I mean, technically not this one, specifically this one, where I just fall down. It makes sense that it's annoying to take the plane, because if you have like big ass luggages and all of that, taking the plane is annoying. I get it. But the difference of spending $280 and be limited to specific cities, or decided to look at the planes and going wherever the fuck you want for nothing, is crazy. Also, one of the things that I didn't mention here, the company, the airline that I checked is ANA. ANA is one of the biggest Japanese airlines. It's mostly, I mean, it's the one that does like inbound, not inbound, inside of Japan, Japan only, and international flights. I don't know the first words. Anyways, we don't care about that. It's one of the most expensive airline that we have in Japan. There are budget airlines as well in Japan that exist. So with the national, thank you, with the national airline, which is more expensive, already being at $50, $60 in dollars for a round trip. Just think, how much is the cheaper airlines gonna be? That's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah, that's just I needed to talk about that before I take a look at your images, Chris, just because I need to rent. Right? Makes sense to rent about things. So yeah, and I've been like basically answering the exact same things to any video that talks about the Klook Rail Pass in the comments. Like I'm trying to get to the first day or first hours that someone post a video about the Klook Rail Pass and just say take the plane, it's cheaper. And this one specifically, the girls video, this specific comment is getting a bit of attention, but not enough to be considered as a switch. So yeah, that happened. Intersection for Fit Life, create a hero banner for your fitness app. If you do AI-driven workout plans, include a compelling call to action for free trial. And here are the two created based on the design. Let me open that in Arc so that I can switch between one and the other. And we're gonna take a look. So, I'm guessing this is Shantaro's one, and this is yours. Mano, hi, welcome on. just a guess. I can see some issues in the color scheme and accessibility again from last week. This is not readable at all. And the image itself just doesn't match anything. Like there are so much stuff going on that are not making any sense. So that's interesting. And then yours is similar in a way. You took some of the things that are on the other side as well. But I see some issues again that are gonna be like personal taste type of issues. But it's interesting to see both sides. So let's go on Chanchuro's one first and then go on to yours. The first thing that is really jumping to my face is this bitch ass button. I mean, it's pixelated, but also like the color scheme. Nah, that's that red on top of that black is racist. Also not accessible. It's not readable. That's really hard to read things. And same thing on the other side. Like the logo itself is hard to read. So same as last week, accessibility is going to be extremely important, specifically contrast ratio. So making sure that you have also, yes, making sure that you have enough like contrast ratio in between your text background and also contrast in between the content of the landing page is going to be really important and useful to know. It's the same thing as last week. So Chris and his son are doing a challenge of a design challenge every 2 days, or a design challenge during 2 days and creating like a landing page or banner or other design things, I think, to get better. So we can also have some content here to review, which is pretty good. And personally, I think it's pretty good. God damn. So that is interesting. And then accessibility here, right? And debatable, hard to read, hard to see, and things are just not matching. Have a good look. As in, you have a background pattern. There's a grid that is extremely sharp, extremely square, and then your image is rounded in one corner, and your buttons are rounded, but not fully, and fully but not fully. So that's kind of out there for some reason. And then the other thing that is really weird to me is this app preview, I guess, at the bottom. It's going in the wrong direction, which is, you have the right direction here, and here it's not really the right direction, which is weird to explain. But the reading pattern makes no sense. Like when you read something that is slanted, you do this, not this. I know. I know. But if I were to read this, doing that is a weird behavior for most people. It happens, but not often. That's the thing. The other thing that is not working for me is the contrast in between the image and the content. As in, the image itself is extremely lit. It's bright. You have a good render of someone's back, so muscle, fit, life, that makes sense. That's good. But the background behind the person is gray and very bright compared to the rest of the page. So what the users will see first is, oh, back. And then maybe they will read the rest of the content. So having some priority in your like users' visual flow is going to be important, ensuring that this is not what the user is focusing on and mostly what you want the user to know, which is going to be around here most of the time. So that's a thing. As Tony said, yes, they don't have the same spacing in the two buttons. They don't have the same styles. They have the same color in background, but they don't have the same style. They don't have the same fonts, font sizes, and the spacings in between everything. I'm kind of debating if it's true or not, but this is not aligned with this, so that's kind of sad. And the spacing in between the text and the button and the sub button, not the same. So all of that going into consistency, going to be pretty important and pretty useful. If you want something good, that sounds so bad. If you want to use a plugin, I'm going to say that's going to be easier. Round it, which I talked about in the past. I need to check that. If that's allowed. Yes, it is. So Roundit is a pretty useful plugin, at least for me, which basically, as the name implies, round things. So when you have values and spacings in between elements that are not exactly on your base value, so base value of 8, base value of 10, base value of whatever the fuck you want, this plugin is going to just fix it for you. So if for some reason you had like different spacing in between your buttons right there, which is the case, that plugin would just fix that. And it's most of the time useful when you don't use auto layout, because if you had like an auto layout frame here, it would round it, not rounded, round it, IT. But thank you for the comment, I appreciate it. So that's gonna be useful. The AI generated fitness application, I don't know. It nah. It's gonna be thank you, appreciate that. It's mostly gonna be in the main title that you have the AI information, and I know that in the prompt, in the work specific prompt that you had, there was a hint as saying that it needs to say that it is AI related thing. I think, personally speaking, the word AI for softwares or pages or apps or websites or whatever is starting to be like overdosing for most people. Like for people that are in tech, we've been overdosing on AI since 2 years ago. But for the people that are just from the outside, it's kind of coming to a point where everything is AI today. And if you say that your things is human, you have a greater chance of reaching like more people. Or if you just don't use AI but you use machine learning at it, like, or algorithm or something, which algorithm was something from 2010. It's kind of popular at that time. If you use these words, it's going to be better. But still, the prompt says AI, so I'm going to just say AI is a thing. Anyways, derail from myself. The other thing about these section at the bottom, because I haven't finished talking about these, they are purple. I have nothing against the purple. I have something against the fact that they are purple and your website is mostly red. Therefore, it doesn't match. So ensuring that specifically here you have like a light on the image that is a red light. Find an app that is red or change the colors here to make it red so that it matches and the people can project themselves and have like a bit of a better understanding. But other than that, the structure is pretty simple. It's a very basic website structure with the logo on the top left, the navigation on the top right, technically center, and then your main point that's going to be in the center of the header in bold letters, some text underneath, and a button which is the CTA to call to action the user to click on it and start the free trial. That makes sense. The AI fitness badge here is not, I don't think it's useful enough right there, but it is there. So that, eh, eh. Overall, right? Overall, pretty good. I don't like the text, but that's a me thing, and I'm going to say the exact same thing on Chris's version in 1.5 seconds. But overall, yeah, pretty good layouts. I would change the image, I would change the placement of some things, but the structure is good. On this one, though, which is more professional, with more knowledge, I like the fact that you're using the a similar a similar grid pattern. I'm going to say the exact same thing here so you can take that feedback on both. There is too much text on both here. There's like more than 2 lines, therefore I'm not reading it. So here you have 3.5 line, and here you have technically 4 lines. I will read the first word, maybe, but probably won't. And there's some things that you can do to fix it and make sure that the user is reading it, even if there is like more text. But for the header, most of the time, the goal is gonna be reducing the amount of text so that the user knows everything. Or not everything, but like has an understanding of what they are clicking on when they are on Google, and then when they arrive on the website or when they clicked on the link somewhere, they kind of expect something because I don't know, they've seen an ad on Instagram that says the new next gen AI powered fitness app, whatever. They expect a next gen AI powered fitness app when they arrive to the landing page. So explaining that here in the header is not the greatest idea. It works, but it's not the greatest idea. So going back to what I was starting to do here you have like a very structured, similar color for everything, which is pretty good. You also have better logo creation as a starting point. Well, that's a debate compared to Chantro's one, but yeah, it works. It's just a bit complicated to read, hard to read. The fit, because of the effect that you have, which is the metallic effect that you wanted to add to this this logo thing. Fit crops a bit short, so it could be kit, as in CIT, and then there is life, just because of the contrast ratio with the bottom section and the background. But again, that is a neat peeking to its finest based on me. Someone that clicks on something that is called fitlife.ai will know that the website being fitlife.ai is probably gonna have the same thing here, therefore reading that gonna make sense. So debatable. That point is debatable. Then you have your sign up button that is extremely big and orange. Fine. Nothing to say there. This eyebrow is pretty good. I think that the powered by AI is again going to be coming from the prompts, so why not? Still don't like it, but why not? You did the entry-level designers, like starting junior designers trick of making sure the get in shape is a bigger font size than the like never before, because like never before together worked, and when you had everything at the same font sizes, it didn't give you the slant that you needed to have. So you did that trick, which is good to do. It's a good thing to attempt to have the same diagonal that your illustration is at, so that it kind of it kind of makes sense. So that's good. The main thing that I would potentially say is the spaces in between your letters is I don't. It feels like it's not. Maybe it's the S that is bigger that tricks my brain, but it feels like it's not the same font size. You know what? If it is, then good on the font to manage this. I don't like the typeface either, but that's a personal choice. That is a personal choice. Interesting. So that's an interesting way to ensure that the illustration blends in. And one of the things that I don't really like about the illustration side is going to be the get it now here, because it is too organic compared to the rest of the landing page. again, Codrin. Hi, welcome. How are you? Thanks a lot for the compliment. I appreciate it. Your background is a grid pattern, like pixelated grid pattern. Pretty straightforward, pretty sharp and everything. The illustration is pretty sharp. It's just like isometric illustration, so that's interesting. The font is geometric. Everything is pretty good. The buttons are debatable because they are the only thing that is kind of white. I would have used a black one. That sounds racist again. Today is a really strong. Yeah. And then this thing is coming out of nowhere as a squiggle. And there's something that I would do, which is more of a me thing. I don't think you have the ability to do what I am about to say, but you might. Why not put a fucking F right there? Get fit now would have been amazing, as it's a call to action that is similar to the get it now. It's just one letter difference, and it works with what you already have here. Get in shape like never before, get fit now, right there. That would be like a teeny tiny hint of something. Nonetheless, it doesn't change anything in the fact that this is an organic text placement, and it stands out for the wrong reason. I think what I would do here is not have the Apple and Google right there, because they look out of place. This entire section from the left side of the Apple button and from the right to the right side of the Get It Now squiggles, this entire thing is centered to the page, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that's probably the case. I would have this entire thing either left aligned or not even or. I would have make it left aligned anyway. So this entire section, this entire amount of text to me is too much. As in, get in shape like never before. Cool. Best in fitness and wellness. I don't know if I would have that, or maybe I would have just that. And then your secret advantage just got smarter. That's again a tagline. Like, you have a tagline here, a tagline here, a tagline here, a tagline here. How many taglines do you want? Use one or two. One is better than two, but yeah. Figure out what you want to say, and and just say that once, not more, and all of that is gonna be easier to just like condense everything, and also reducing the amount of text that we have here. If I'm going into something like why is the target in the exact same place? If I'm going into 4.0, which I haven't downloaded the 5.0, but I'm going to start with that and see what they have. When you have an image illustration thing, you can't drop twice in a row, or you need an exclamation mark. Stoney, you should know that by now, shouldn't you? Yeah, that's better. Come on. Entitled. Let's find one that is on the side. You see the amount of text that is here? You have... Let me be kind to the people that are like don't like light mode. The amount of text is just headline, subtext, 2 lines tops, 2 buttons. This is the same thing, but like in mobile version. Here you have this same thing, as in eyebrow, tagline, subline, 2 lines tops, and call to action. This one has a bit more. There is a more thing here, but I feel like it's missing like an illustration around there. So I don't know. I don't like it. And as you can see, it is most of the time the exact same amount of tagline, main line, subline, and call to action. So I would have used that as a base pattern, which is eyebrow, which you have right there. Tagline, 2 lines, not 3. I feel like 2 could have worked, but it might have been a bit complicated to get in shape like never before in one, like in 2 single lines. You may have had used the trick that I was talking about earlier, and then the 2 lines underneath instead of these amount of text. So for me, the 2 lines are going to be these 2, maybe, or maybe 2 of the first line of your paragraph, and then the buttons, dark buttons. I don't know if the light mode is also using the dark buttons. So that's a check to be made with iOS and Android Play Store buttons guidelines. There are like very strict guidelines. Let me rephrase that. They used to be very strict guidelines. I don't know now. I'm gonna say that. When I was in an agency, we had multiple times the App Store reject our landing page or like mobile page design because the buttons for the Play Store and the App Store were not the official one. And yeah, just with that. He doesn't like the handwriting because the rest is too techy. Yes, the idea was to try to humanize it more because of exactly what you said earlier. People are getting tired of AI and the human touch now can help. So if you wanted to achieve that, which is yes, 100%, you're right in your thinking right there. This is enough-ish to just have an organic arrow somewhere, but it's not paired with an organic text. Having like an organic text and an organic arrow is, I don't want to say it's too much, but it's almost too much. So here, if you shift everything to the left side and you get rid of the paragraph, you have enough space to get that around there. That's the first thing. The second thing is going to be, you have highlighted sections of the app by raising them, which you kind of haven't, but attempting to raise them as segments and elements on the app design. And then instead of doing that, you could have just circled organically on the app design to get like the human touch, maybe, potentially. But I feel like to bring up the human, organic, non-robot made design things, you're gonna have to do some stuff with like fonts and layouts that are out of the ordinary, as in, don't take it personally, but I'm gonna say something. This could have been made by an AI. Like this could have been both of yours, by the way. This one and this one could have been generated, maybe not this one because it have a bit of an overlap, but both of them could have probably have like been generated by something as default template. And you kind of want to have something that goes into let's see if I can have that. Where's the ass? Sorry. Like, this is a TikTok that I've seen today, and the organic shape that they are creating, also they are just, it's a bit of a tutorial type of thing. This is a more organic, human generated, because it is a thoughtful thinking around creating that card and that organic shape, which is not necessarily what's going to happen with an AI generation. Not yet, at least. It will, but for now, this is more organic, and also with the thinking behind it, it makes sense. So that is the thing. They also have like another one that they shared, which I kind of like this segment right here, like these kind of intricate design blobs that is more organic and that is not something that can be generated. So yeah, if that makes sense. Also, these fonts, goddamn, I need to get in contact with that person, because they have good design tips and good design overall. Like these things right there, this is organic, this is human, and obviously it is like AI, not AI generated, like it's anime oriented. So it's usually gonna be human, but yeah. Create the app specifically for this challenge, so we can change it however. Concept change a lot. When yeah, I see that as well. Yeah, I mean, with timeline and the timeline that you gave yourself, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't like this kind of UI as well as a usable thing, except when you go into shit like, there's plenty of these now. Like these are gonna be images, and it's just an image. It's just a clever placement on the part of the dev, and it's an illustration. It's a way to illustrate something, and that's about it. And because right now we are talking about like a it's muscle time! That's a good one. A fictional landing page for a fictional project, you know, that kind of makes sense. You'll even see good highlight in the muscle groups. You did that? Oh yeah, that. It's pretty cool. Sorry, I am out of breath, out of shape. So maybe for the concept, right, having some more organic-ish shapes are going to be easier to grasp. If it's if you want something simpler like that, that works. It's an option. It's simpler. You just have the app, in an iPhone or in a phone. And the organic is the fact that it just gets out of hand. So that could be a thing. And you can go playful with these as an example. And that is organically human playful made because it is everywhere. Like you have, god damn it, you have organic shape, organic shape, organic shape, organic shape. And your placement is all over the place. There is nothing that is structurally grids in the header. So everything is kind of organic. It makes sense. I don't like the font that they've used, but it is human. When you look at this, well, this is a video, but it has some organic things, but it doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel human. It feels generated because it is the same patterns again and again and again. And it's just a grid. It's the exact same thing. So the whole landing page is not much human. But then you look at what it is, and yeah, it's not much human. It's a time productivity tracking thing. So, like this is already a bit more organic, human-ish. It changes. I could say that. I could say that the fact that it's just different than the usual thing may help, which is already the case, right? You have an isometric thing, so it's already a bit different. One of the thing with the isometric that I don't really like is the fact that your background is a straight grid, and you could have had like an isometric grid. Like you could reuse that same pattern with the some of the pixel being like a bit highlighted and some of them being not highlighted, and just put that in an isometric background for the entire header. Maybe it works. I don't know. I'm gonna make it. Sorry. That was close. That was a close call. So I can see that. Some of the thing that I noticed while I was talking is this. Why the fuck do you have this thing going there, but your what is seen is the tabs, and with the the shadow that you have added, it look as if your page was like ending here and you just didn't go through. It's not like it's not a true thing. It's just a contrast ratio with the background thing, where if you look from far away, because this is darker and it's rounded, it looks as if this had like a radius. And yeah, good job, Stony, on dropping. Dapshi, you missed it by a hair. I mean, you landed, as far as I can tell, but you landed at probably under 29.6. Maybe more inertia. I see that. I see that. So overall, pretty good. I'm not the biggest fan of the color scheme. It is the color scheme for fitness, specifically like energy type of thing is orange, red thing. So I get it. But yeah, Um, these, I think these are my most hated elements. The rest is good. Just these and that text. These needs to be black. Inclusivity, all that. And just put them on the left side, align with the entire content. That is a trusted and verified layout that will work. Anyways, I think going back to what we were looking at here, I really think a simpler like section right there that has like less tagline, less subline, and just the CTAs of download on the App Store, download on the Play Store is gonna be better. If you have like a login and sign up, is gonna be just there, and which is already what you have. But I feel like less text, quicker actions are gonna be better, and yeah. I mean, the challenge is already doing design every 2 days, so that is a lot of challenging things. If I go to this, God damn it. Simple. Simple. As much simple as I could. And coming soon, what it does, give me your email, and then that's it. And that's enough. That's all you need, basically. If it's a coming soon page. For you, you need way more stuff, but the way more stuff is going to be underneath. So for like most people, you're going to use that as a base, and you have your app here, and then you have added Twitch and Discord too at the bottom, like right there. Yeah, I don't know if it's useful. As I said last time, like these work only if you have a presence and a lot of activities there. If that's not the case, it's going to be kind of complicated to justify. Kinda. Yeah, I mean, that could be really interesting as a challenge. Gonna say that. Need to check something. 1 second. There's that. I see. I see. Sorry. It's so Manu, yes. I see why there was noise next door. What type of noise, you ask? I don't know. No, I don't see much. I had notifications and things. Don't worry about it. I agree that these pages are not really helpful for SEO or anything. But to be honest, SEO nowadays doesn't exist. Like, what you need to do is be... I mean, the search engine isn't a game to play anymore as it used to be. So having just a landing page like this to capture emails is enough. Most of the activity for search is going to happen on YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Instagram, and that's where people are searching for things nowadays, me included. One of the things that happens, I mean, I don't search on TikTok yet. I mean, I do, but not that much. I'm using ChatGPT and Claude to do my Google search nowadays. Like, it's most of the time gonna be this. I'm just gonna type something on Google, not get the answer that I want, open ChatGPT, ask the thing, get the exact thing that I need, and move on with my day without having used any search engine per se. Like, the search engine is ChatGPT, but it's not really a search engine. It's a chatbot with whom I can communicate and chat, as the name implies. So, yeah. I mean, you should remove the email field if you don't have a mailing list. Yes, 100%. If you do, I would have the register and login be there, if that's the thing that you want the user to do. If that's not the case, I would just do that. And that's going to be much better for me. You can just do that, and you have these here, and these are access for the people that are already in the know. So, yeah. I don't think the button link are going to be good in the form. Again, this page specifically is not a good example. This is Stony's app that is meant to be shared, but not really. And it's not a landing page to track user. It's not a landing page to gather information. It's not a landing page for anything. As Stony just said, it's just a landing page to avoid having a white page. So, yeah. Why don't...
Florida just resubscribed for 5 months. Yay.
Flora, hi. Well, go on in. Thanks for the resub for 5 months. I appreciate it. Let me read that big ass thing. He said he hated the heading when I used, and said it would be better if you used enter. Though, yes, maybe. I think if you used Superline that you used on the previous one would have been much better. There's nothing about typography. Tips to have flex state. There is the Chris, though. You probably read that, did that already, but fuck. I think the typography manual, which I shared multiple times, is great. It's gonna help most of the time, and it's a very short video. It explained most of the things, and it helps, and I like it. And in there is the end page, wherever. I forgot where it is, as always, because I don't watch this video most days. There's this, which is pretty true to an extent. This is mostly for graphic design and not for web design, but it still kind of works. And this is a list of fonts that exist that are pretty safe. Nowadays, if you want something that is mostly like on displays, you're gonna go for sans serif fonts, but still, like most of these fonts are gonna be okay and work for what you're trying to achieve. And if you use Enter, because Enter works, you have the other fonts that are basically duplicates of Enter or some of the base that Enters is, and yeah, so all that. John, hi, we're calling. So these are recommendation for fonts, and it's a very short video. You also have the other ones from the other YouTubers. Most of them have just done a duplicate of this video, making it longer. So that's why I don't really like it or like them. But this is pretty much what you need to know for fonts to flex. The other recommendation is going to be font share. Kinda. If you just want like knowledge about fonts, you watch the video. If you just want fonts to look at, font share is going to be easier, free, and most of them are viable fonts. So this is okay and useful to just have and use. So if you like that, and I need to go back there, sorry. Like your overall free fonts, viable fonts are gonna have like a ton of interesting behaviors. The thing is, I would rather you and him, both of you, learn with as limited resources as possible rather than have unlimited resources. Because if you learn with unlimited resources and one day you know a font that would be a perfect font for that specific client, and you try it and you present it, and the license that the client needs to pay pushes their budget further out than they expected, and they can't afford it, and you don't have a similar enough font in the free version, your whole thinking process is off. So using Google Fonts, using FontShare, using free accessible system fonts as a learning training thing is going to be much better for you in the long term rather than attempting to do something with a core font and then be absolutely devastated when you can't afford it or your client can't afford it. So even if you have it, like legally speaking, on your computer for free. So that's the thing. I think like looking at font share is going to be useful just to know stuff. The other things is that's not the thing. Google Fonts have stuff that are pretty interesting to me, as in you click on the fonts and you have these. First of all, articles about how to choose a font, so that's pretty useful. But you also have sometimes, not on this one, for fuck's sake, a bit of a better understanding and explanation of where the font came from, who is the creator, what were the goals for that font specifically. Sometimes it's explained, sometimes it isn't. The one that I remember is Outfit because I used it multiple times, and Outfit has been created for the outfit.io website. So like now you know, okay, so the outfit font is supposed to be used on the outfit.io website, and it is like a usable font in terms of licensing and all of that, but it is already associated with a specific brand and it has been made for that specific brand. Therefore, if you are using it, maybe it looks weird. So, yes, agreed. If the goal is marketing, then maybe learning that is going to be a pretty important things. I guess this section, which I don't particularly have read, haven't particularly read yet. I'm gonna say that. It's probably gonna be useful. Probably gonna have things in there that are gonna be interesting to learn. But I think I said that multiple times already. Gonna go here. The way that you learn things is by looking for the answers to your questions online and finding the people that explain it the best for you. Can be me, can be someone else, can be an article, can be a podcast, can be whatever, but it needs to work for you as a learner. So if the way that I'm explaining things works for you, cool, great. You can ask questions here, I will answer them as best as I can, but I can't answer everything. And if Chris Do, for example, isn't your cup of tea because of the way he speaks, or the way that the video has been edited, or anything else, there are plenty of other creators online that will have the voice and the way of the speech patterns that you like and enjoy that are much better for you. So just look around and you will find someone that works for you. But that is the most important thing. It's finding the person that teaches in the way that makes sense for you and that helps you understand things faster. If you, that's one of the reason, that's a personal thing. One of the reason why I'm not really learning code is because every time that I've had a code learning experience with a tutorial or something that was like a video thing, even though the video is my preferred type of medium, article doesn't work, and podcast is not enough specifically for code. I need to see things. Most of the time, the voice of the person doesn't match, and or they are too slow, and or they assume things that are not really the case. As in, if I'm learning Swift, I probably have already some knowledge of JavaScript or HTML or other programming languages, because no one in their right mind would go out of school Swift learning. It's not a thing. So there is an assumption that you know things, and that's sometimes not the case. I don't know shit when it comes to Swift. So now that I'm trying to learn that, finding a tutorial for that is really complicated. So yeah. Yeah. That's a thing that happens with me. That's why Udemy is pretty good. Because Udemy is on sales 360 days a year. There are 5 days that are like the end of the week. So there is sales every time, and you can 100% go in, test out the thing with the preview, listen to the person that will be your teachers, and then if it works, try it out. If you've done like I think less than 8 hours or something, it's refundable. So you can do that. I don't personally like the UI of Udemy, but still. Oh, you can fly. You can fly. We good. We good. Might help later. I don't know. Enjoy. Um, so that, could be a thing as well. But if you are someone that doesn't really like tutorials, myself, for example, I don't like tutorials. I feel like they are kind of a waste of time. Um, because they are not paced properly. They are paced to the slowest learner, in a way. Are you gonna make it? So close. Uh, so going back to the font things, I think, are we gonna bump into each other? No? Yes? Yes. Good. And now I have momentum. You might make it. No, you're not gonna make it. Me neither. um, so for the font thing, going back to the initial question, font share pretty good. Google font pretty good. Also, Google articles pretty good. CS50, I couldn't. I tried 3 times, and something didn't click. I tried, but nah. Something just I don't remember exactly what it was, but it just didn't work. The one that I did entirely was the solo learn. I did that entirely. The Code Academy JS basic vanilla JavaScript. I did that as well. And these two were okay because it's on my own following something. But as you just said, Chris, it is exactly that. These platforms are copy paste. And it's just, here is how you do the syntax for this thing. Try to do that for this thing. And you just copy paste, change the variable names, press enter, you're good, you move on. And as I was saying while I was doing that last year, I basically just said, I'm not learning anything, and I already forgot everything from what was in there. I learned some terms, which are pretty useful. I learned some terms that I'm using now when I'm prompting Copilot and Claude and ChatGPT to help me with the code that I have in Cursor. But that's it. Like that's all that mattered in a way. Like right now, I'm trying, or I'm starting to prompt Cursor to do things when I'm looking at the output and saying, why are we in a group and not in a Z stack? Why are we in a whatever, not in the V stack? Because this is supposed to be like kind of a vertical padding of things. Oh, it's not the case. It's just a switch case right there. So it's something that I do understand in to a degree. And I can ask the right question, but most of my interaction with the code assistant are going to be kind of the same thing, which is how we should be coding, or how we should have been coding in my eyes. Like that's the thing that I think should have happened way earlier, as in I, as someone that doesn't code, ask the computer that does code to do something, and the computer does the thing because it can understand English. And I understand that coding languages are a way to translate English into computer languages, but having like prompt engineering and other things inside of like Claude is way easier for someone that just want to ask a question in English or in French or in whatever language you have and just get the thing done quickly without having to think about it much. Hence, the app is there, it's working, and it's entirely AI generated, plus me having some knowledge of design. But that's about it. Um, yeah, I think the most important thing is going to be to be able to communicate. That is the reason why I've learned and got interested in code in general. It's just like having the ability to chat with a dev and understand what they are saying based on the design that I've provided. That is important. Anyways, back to fonts. So, other than that, I do agree that if you use like Inter, it could have worked as well, but Inter is a bit of a narrow font, kinda. And really, Superline, which I think you have used, is to me much better. Like this is a very, to me, a very fitness oriented, sports oriented font. Like that makes sense to me. Specifically if you like just do that. I don't know. It works. Not saying it's good, but it's something. It's not that I don't understand anything you say, Stoney. It's what you say is not precise enough for me right now to be able to understand it. And also, when you're saying something, you're not giving me the information that I need to understand what you're saying. So, if I'm here, which is the same example that I said last time, if I'm here on this page showing you the LO with 2 styles, and I'm telling you that you need to change the radius, like the corner radius need to change. That's basically how I feel when you are telling me things. You don't know which corner radius I'm talking about, and you don't know which design specifically I'm talking about. And when you're saying you need to change the name of the function or remove that call or something, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. No, it will make sense to you because it makes sense to or to not dev. It makes sense to someone that has the code in front of them and understand the code in front of them. But it's the exact same thing as if I were to be on stream and showcase this design and I'm saying something about, I don't know, maybe the glow needs to change, maybe the arc needs to change, maybe the radius needs to change. If I'm telling you that the radius is supposed to change or there is a bit of a space that needs to change because it's too big, which one do you think I'm talking about right now? You don't fucking know. You have no idea which specific, like, specific spacing I'm talking about. if I'm just telling you there is a spacing that needs to change. And it's the exact same thing for you telling me that in my code there is something that needs to change, because if I'm opening cursor and I'm just going to open the last thing and I'm scrolling through that, right? And you're telling me that I need to change a function, and you say that function needs to be different, or the math needs to be different. There's a function right here with a bit of a math thing. There is a function right here with a bit of a math thing. There is a function right here with a bit of a math thing. There is a return right there with a bit of a math thing. And then there's a let, which is a variable, but it's part of a function that has a bit of a math thing. Which one are you talking about? I don't know. Because the way that you're explaining things usually is this thing needs to change, or you need to change that, or something. So, it's to someone that knows, yes, what you're saying makes 100% sense. Like, to someone that knows that this thing specifically that I'm looking at needs to be changed, and see where it needs to be changed, then, yeah, because they understand what they are looking at and what they are reading. And what you did last time, when I kind of complained with the exact same speech last week, you started to tell me line 74, you need to change the function to this. And then I could change the things. Yeah. That specifically, that function, I need to change that. Not gonna do that now. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's basically that. Here I was talking about the spacing in between that element here, which is supposed to be a back button, and my header button. That is supposed to have a different amount of space, because they are related, but they are not related. So, yeah. That is not true. It is not entirely true. It is not false, but it's not true. I'm gonna repeat myself from when I was doing the tutorials. The reason why it didn't stick is because I don't want to be a dev. I want to have the surface knowledge sufficient enough to be able to understand the words that are coming out of someone else that is trying to talk to a designer in dev terms and designer terms, and me having the ability to talk in designer terms and include some dev terms in there. That way we have a common ground in the middle. Because if I'm talking about a scroll view, it's a scroll view. And the scroll view is going to be something for Swift or apps, and a div is going to be something for HTML, and a container is going to be something different, and a frame is going to be something for Figma. And if I know that you as a dev specifically, you are like using divs, and me as a designer, I'm using frames, and I know that, I can say and switch my speech pattern to use divs instead of frame. Therefore, you understand better. And that is my main goal. And my only goal. It's to be able to communicate with the words that you know in my direction. The other direction is usually never happening. Have a good coffee. And good beating. But yeah. Yeah, Stoney, you said that last message, I'm gonna say something. Maybe it's a you thing. Maybe the way that you explain things, again, I'm blaming you without blaming you because you explain things through chat and it's extremely complicated to explain things through chat. I know that. But, you know. Have a great rest of your day. Then take care of yourself. And again, I'm gonna move to this because that makes more sense for me. I don't underestimate the knowledge that I could have learned or could have gained by doing a website. I know exactly what I could have learned or gained by doing a website. Did I want to? No. That's about it. Grasshopper, welcome in. How are you? So, if I had done something else, it would have been the exact same outcome. If I had done something different, at the end of the month, it would have been the exact same outcome because my main goal is not to be a dev. My main job is not a dev, it's designer. And it's the exact same thing that happens 8 years ago when I started the first time to try to learn HTML and CSS, which is I tried, I understood, I built something, it worked, I worked as a designer. Therefore, as you just said, I didn't practice. And then I didn't practice long enough, and then I lost some things, and I tried again, and I learned again. And now my knowledge of HTML and CSS is pretty solid. It's enough for me to be able to communicate with an HTML and CSS dev, which doesn't exist anymore, which is why I went to JavaScript last year. But that is the reasoning. And I will blame you for not explaining it well enough because you didn't explain it well enough for me to understand. Therefore, you didn't explain it well enough for me to understand. So I can blame you for that. And that makes sense. But it's the same thing. Like you would blame me for not understanding why I'm like calling something a main card and you are calling that a container because I didn't explain it well enough. So it's the same thing. It's the same type of thing. I do. I mean, I don't anymore because I don't care. I had enough exposure. I did. I don't do, but I did learn JS to understand the devs, yes. Which is the basic fundamental structure of how JS is made was enough. Visual Google Box. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. The thing is, that is the reason why you don't explain well enough. Because I don't have your points at all. Like your point right there, it makes no sense. I do. I do. I don't play video games. I think we had that conversation before, Grassim. I think we did. I had conversation with devs many times. And not even Tetris, no. and devs understand me, and I understand the devs that I'm talking with, and the devs that I've been talking to have a different type of background and a different type of explanation model, if I can say that. Um, so, yeah, the amount of knowledge that I have gained on JavaScript was sufficient to achieve what I wanted to achieve, which is why I didn't do more than that. We did the thing at the bottom right there, and I understand how it works. Would I be able to recreate it? Probably not. And we did the chat thingy. Same thing. Would I be able to recreate it? Probably not. Do I understand how it works? Yeah. I don't think you need to change your username. I mean, Virtual Doodlebox is a long name. It depends. If your content is mostly about Canva, if it's Canva the app, then why not? But do you really want to have a name that is associated to another design tool type of thing, and then kind of be forced to only use that type of design or content? I don't know. So if your name Virtual Doodlebox right now is good enough and can be associated with multiple things, just keep your name. I think changing a YouTube channel name is kind of complicated. I see. Did you say that to your wife, Chris? Does she know? And so you said JavaScript wasn't even in the conversation. It probably was, and then you said this was browser behavior, probably. And then you said a thing you need to understand as a designer, and then you said nothing. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Also, Virtual Doodlebox, you have a fat ass delay when you're on YouTube. I'm sorry about that. I know it's like you're probably gonna hear that in a while, but it's yeah. If you want to comment on Twitch, that would be faster and easier. But if you want to stay on YouTube, I also appreciate it. Yeah. Like the discussion that we have, Stony, and the thing that is also something that you don't understand is that your job is you're a dev. My job is I'm a designer, and my surface level knowledge is sufficient to be able to communicate with a dev in order to transmit and make them understand what I'm trying to achieve. And when they are talking in dev terms, it's enough knowledge on my side to understand what they are talking about when they are talking about a project. If you start talking dev, as in you talk about specific code things, that makes no sense, and I have no interest in knowing that. But if you explain to me that you need a specific way of gathering the data, therefore you need to have the data displayed on the card that I'm designing, because you need to have basically an index of everything that is supposed to be present on that component, yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, that's how you communicate in between dev and designers. You have communication that are not design only nor dev only, and the fact that both parties have understanding of both sides to a surface level understanding, the communication goes through. But if one of them is fully expert on one side and doesn't know any other things on the other side, the communication is going to be very complicated, which is the case with you. Your understanding of design is limited. It's better now than when we started. And my understanding of dev is limited. It's better now than when we started. But still, it is extremely limited on both sides for the opposite thing. And so I'm doing my best to be able to communicate with you and transfer and specify things that make sense on a designer level. As in, the visual things, the behavior things, and the flexibility of elements, which is my job. And then your job is to make sure that it works. My job is to make sure that it works for the user, and your job is to make sure that it works for the computer. I am dumbing it down so much. I hate it, but it's the case. So, that. Chris, not one more. Not one more. That's a lot. It's way too much. So yeah. Again, the learning that I had on code while we were doing this is enough. Much enough. Yeah, because your understanding of the thing is different than my understanding of the things, and my understanding of the things was right, and your understanding of the things is also right to an extent, because you see it as something that you don't understand. I see it as something that is just common sense. Therefore, we had an argument about it because it seems like a simple thing to fix. And we did fix it simply by just providing the user a single column. I don't see any issue there. Again, my understanding of the thing was true, and based on the documentation that I read, it's still true. It's feasible, and as I said, it is also a lot of work. Like, you could 100% map the entire app index by index and ensure that the app function as planned every time, saying that index 1 goes to index 1, index 3 goes to index 3 from the next block. That is based on the documentation and how it works. This is the fundamental way of working for that thing. Even on TV, even on a wrapper of web on the TV, it would work the exact same way because that's the way that the code is supposed to work. It is 6 months of work to plan and map and ensure that everything is the exact same thing and that it is proper, which is easier to do. Just the closer things is the next selection, which I understand, which is what I said. But you stopped in the fact that I was saying it could be done if you wanted to, and not the other side that I was saying. It's going to take a lot of time, so I understand if we don't do that. And that took 2 hours to go to the end of me saying if you just want to have one column, we can, but it's not necessary because you can fix the things in code. Anyways, doesn't change shit. It doesn't change anything. In the fact that if I go back here and, oh, that's new. and we have these project thingy in each order of thingy, my understanding of how it works is probably still true, and enough for me to understand how it works. But again, the discussion that we had was a dev-related issue, and my side is a behavior-related issue. So it's I'm gonna go back here. It's not doing a crazy hack to go around how Android TVs work. Is using the thing that is available, which to me is dev a thing for Android TV, not dev a thing on web languages for TV. Like that's how I would do the thing. I know it would take more time because I don't have the understanding. But again, I don't have any understanding of Swift, and I have an app working. So, you know, which is not true. I click down on and the thing goes left or right. This is not the behavior. The behavior is I click whatever button and it goes to the closest element in the direction of the whatever button I clicked. So if there is like two elements underneath, one left, one right, and one of them is 1 pixel more distance-wise to the source button, it's going to go to the other one. That is common sense. Behavioral thinking, you have a button there, you have two other things, you click down, it goes to the closest one. That's it. That is common sense. And it's not like left or right. Because for you, it goes left or right. It doesn't. It goes to closest element, which is common sense. Like if you navigate through arrows, it goes to closest thing. And it took 2 hours because you didn't understand that I did understand the fact that it's just the closest one. And I wanted to make it, because for me, common sense is it goes to closest one. And I think, or I thought, you understood that I understood, and I wanted the thing to go to specific elements. Therefore, doing specific elements implied doing more work. I don't miss having a job, Grassam. I miss getting paid. That's all. Yeah. So having a job, but having some money coming in, that yeah. That's not, that's kind of bad. I understood the issue. I didn't understood that you couldn't or didn't want to do the work to specify the direction in which you wanted to go from your D-pad, which you can. It's just take more time. I don't know if this womp works. I think it doesn't. To me, it is. I mean, Sturdy, to just answer that last thing. What you're doing right now, I mean, right now, not right now as in the discussion. What you're doing right now is a waste of time, in my views. I know you want to have a wrapper for TV, but you are gonna give your users, yourself, a worse experience. You're gonna take way more time to port something in a tech that is not meant to be used for that thing, where ensuring that the server things work and the desktop things work, and then later, when this is 100% working, build the thing from scratch for TVs is, to me, a better time management thing. As in building it from scratch. I know it's a lot of work because you need to learn a new language and or a new platform and a ton of different things, but the output is going to be much better than if you didn't. Yeah, but the time that you've been putting on trying to port things to different platforms, as in ensuring that the website is responsive enough to be able to be on a phone. Good, that makes sense. That the website entirely change its UI, its navigation, its content, and its behavior just for TVs, when all that work of creating that entire thing specifically from the web to port it to TV, to have a wrapper, basically an Electron app type of thing, to be accessible on TV, you would already have a native TV UI from scratch done. I am, with the speed at which you learn stuff, I am certain that you and your capabilities, you would have something natively built for TV. I am sure of it. Have a good rest of your day, Rasim. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. Appreciate it. So I again, timeline-wise, designer point of view, right? We agree with that. Build something that works, which you did. Then redesign the thing that works, which you started to do, and then I don't know, got sidetracked. And then didn't, to me, and I don't know where we are on the timeline that I have in my head, but whatever. Anything that is web desktop related is 80% finished, as in the player works, the user facing things work, most, if not, yeah, most of the pages are there, but everything that is in the settings and dashboards and content aggregation is not there. And I know that you say that you want to keep being sane and do the fun stuff. but it it makes no sense. Like, for example, now that I have an app, I totally understand. No, that's not true. But now that I have a thing that runs, I know that my next step is database management and finding a way to ensure that this thing is gonna be working faster with data management that is not just fat ass XML file. That's my next step. But right now, if I wanted, I could release the thing to the App Store and have some downloads, potentially, maybe, and some feedback from users that use the thing, and be good with that, and then improve from this. And it doesn't have nearly as much features and or the things that I want to have in there that what is in my head, for sure. For sure. As I just shared a second ago, the quiz section is basically what is this character, 4 options, select the right one, go next. I want so much more stuff in there to help me learn Japanese, because this is a project that is for me in the first place, which is the same thing as you. It's a project that is for you in the first place. That like, that's my plan. I have something that works. And Chris, the answer to your question is, as far as I remember, it's going to be mostly a free thing that has a subscription model down the line. I don't know, Red. Welcome on in. Appreciate it, though. Nonetheless, that doesn't change anything in the fact that my learning of JavaScript as a base is, yeah, it's the thing. And virtual bugs. Hi again. I could call you VDB. It could be a thing. Why am I so alone? We are not so alone. Depends on what you call alone. On YouTube, yes, we have, like, no one's on YouTube. That is a thing. And it's basically Plex, so it's not watch parties. Chris, to answer your question, it's mostly when you buy a DVD, you have the DVD. It's only on physical form. I mean, it's digital on the DVD, but you don't have access to the digital form. And so the server normally is basically giving you the ability to transfer that digital form into your server and hold that as owning your data and owning what you bought. And so that way, which is, for example, in France, we have that law, which means that if you have bought something, DVDs, for example, or a VHS, if you're old enough, if you have the physical version and if you have the receipt for that physical version, you have the right to download it illegally from any sources, as long as you can prove that you have bought the right to the thing once. This is a French thing. So if you are getting like an email from the government saying, oh, you have downloaded something from an illegal source, you can just send them back an email with the receipt saying, oh no, I own that. So it's just like I needed the digital version, so this is what I have. And as long as you get it for yourself and you are not redistributing it and sharing it, you're good. But as soon as you download it illegally and distribute it, therefore illegally, in France, you don't have the right to do that, and you get like fined and prison time and all of that shit. So that happens. You could start selling receipts, yes. The thing is, receipts are supposed to be like official from the store and all that, but yeah, you could, yeah, that could work. The thing is, Tony, with that thing for you specifically, as in the Netherlands, yes, but that law doesn't really apply to other countries outside. So even if the user of the server had a server that is hosted in the Netherlands, the user itself could be required to give out some data from a neighboring country, kinda. Could. Wouldn't, because the Netherlands wouldn't give that away, but the neighboring country could do pressure on the user to give out some data. Debating things, complicated stuff, law-related stuff. Anyways, it doesn't change the fact that this is the main goal of, or at least that is the main goal that I'm promoting from No Mercy. It is just owning and keeping digital sources from your physical media. I think you probably have at some point had access to the test thing. I think Stoney has shared the login and password many times in this chat and in other chats. But yes, I think that's the best explanation that you can give to your son to make sure that he kind of understand what it is. And the main goal isn't illegal watch parties or a download website. The further down the line road or goal, kind of, is a streaming service that is kind of a storefront where you can buy medias. Therefore, you own the rights to the media, and you can then put them in your servers and have the ability to have the Netflix experience with the media that you own. So, as legal as it can be. And the licensing is going to be the most complicated things, but if you have the license for something for a certain amount of time, and then you own the distribution license for a while, the people that get the movies and or TV shows and or music albums and or anything through that licensing that you have provided as No Mercy, then they are in their right to own that thing based on the license that they get while buying the media, if that makes sense. So that's the story. As always, if I'm making a mistake in what I'm explaining, you tell me. But so far, this is my full understanding. That is not legal, right? But I don't know who really owns the VODs. Um, as in, I'm in it, so I have a part of the rights, but I think Twitch has some rights over it, and YouTube also have some rights over it because it's also going on YouTube. So if you were, I mean, the thing that I have a very hard time to understand, I would say, is if I'm on YouTube and I'm getting access to free content, it is under very specific common license, like Creative Commons laws, some things, if I'm publishing something. It's kind of the same thing on Twitch. Twitch has a shelf life, so each VOD is on Twitch for like 60 days because I'm a Prime member. But you are basically getting something for free that is available for free on the internet. And that's why I have a bit of a hard time judging if it is really free or not free. Because I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you would be good at pirating a VOD. I don't think I have ever done that, Chris. That has never been a thing. Yeah, I have a bit of a hard time with free accessible things, as in Google Image is free, but it's an aggregator of website links, and each of these website links have licenses and all copyrights and other things. I think YouTube has some copyright stuff happening, but also it is free and accessible. Twitch as well. But on a creator point of view, if for some reason you wanted to capture the stream and send it to Kick, for example, or to Trovo or other streaming platform that I'm not on, personally speaking, I don't give a shit. Because it just means that I have more people potentially watching what I'm doing and getting help. So me as a creator, yes, please do rip the VOD and sell it on the corner, make a profit out of it. I don't care. I don't care. It's the same thing that Chris Doe said in multiple of his videos, which is what he is sharing on YouTube is free, and he wouldn't mind if one day you send him a check with $1,000 on it because you've made like your first 10K and you can spare 1K to Christo. Right? I wouldn't mind if you've been here for a while and you want to be a designer and you become a designer and you get your first project and you get paid and you give me a cut. If you think that I'm one of the reasons why you got the job and you got paid that much, and you feel I'm part of it, I wouldn't mind that. I think that would be pretty interesting, right? To be honest, the same thing. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I mean, the Crystal subscription is also a thing that I have, but mine is deterrent. I have a subscription for mentoring. Like you can have a mentoring with me. You can have a one-on-one mentoring things. It is expensive as fuck, and the goal for me is to not have to do it, because I would rather help multiple people at once than one-on-one. But if you really want to, it's going to cost you a bit more than, yeah. You know, yeah. Yes, the Patreon is extremely cheap and extremely beneficial for stream, like people that watches the stream. Like this is the goal is to have like a bit of a conversation with me once a month, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours max. And no one is using the Patreon, which I'm happy with. Please don't make me have calls, but if I have to, I will. And it is extremely cheap, yes. Thank you, Stream Event, to be exactly on time when we're talking about the Patreon. I mean, as always, to my understanding and to the limitation of things that we have, it is cheap. I mean, you could study if you wanted to. It needs to be an admin like mod streamer only command though. I don't want that to be spammed. Or a very complex command could be a thing if you wanted to, so that you have that at the ready. But yeah, like for 25 bucks a month, you can have access to 30 minutes call with me on a direct call. But it is a deterrent, because if you watch the stream and you're here for more than 30 minutes and we have a conversation for more than 30 minutes, it was free. And you get the same thing. So, I mean, everything that you will get there is also accessible for free. The main difference here is I think I can. I'm unsure about that, but I think I can, yes. On Stream Element, at least. The thing that is beneficial, basically, for these things is... yeah, you can get a personal call with me if you want to. It's more of the subscription model is going to be more interesting, because you... maybe a 6 pick. I can share one. I have one. And it's not that good anymore. Anyways, the thing that I was about to say is what you can do in 30 minutes in one call is not much. If you are Twitch subs, the time is doubled, so you can have 1 hour per month. And if you go into the 1 hour, you get 1 hour and 30. And if you go into the 2 hours, you get 2 hours. I'm not giving you any perks for being a Twitch subs in here. The main thing with that is, yeah, Prime subs count. The thing is, your Prime sub is free for the first month, and then the next month you either resub with Prime or you don't. But it's basically, if you give me $2.50, you're getting 30 minutes more per perks. Again, I'm derailing myself so much. The subscription is the most important thing, because in 30 minutes we can't do much. But in 30 minutes over the course of multiple months, we can do much. So you start with just 30 minutes, which is discovery call type of thing, and you could be subbed for the first month. So you give me $25 plus $5 on Twitch. So give me $30 for the first month, and you get a first discovery call for 1 hour. And then we define the trajectory, the goal, where you want to be in like X amount of months. And every month that you are still a Patreon, you get a call of checkup and questions and all of these things. And if you are still a sub on Twitch, you get like 1 hour. If you're not on that one specifically, you get just 30 minutes, which is a checkup. One other thing that I said multiple times, which is in the 2 hours range or in the 1 hour range, you can split it as much on or how you want. So if you have 2 hours and you want to do 30 minutes per week over the course of 1 month, you can do that. So you can have a weekly checkup, 30 minutes per week, every Wednesday, for example. We have a checkup. We know where we are going. If you have like a big project and you want some help on some things, we can do that for the 30 minutes that we have, and then we move on to something else. That's what we can do. So in 30 minutes, Denny, hi, welcome in. In 30 minutes per se, you can't do much, but in 30 minutes across a longer period of time, you will be able to achieve way more. That's the idea behind the Patreon. But again, we have no Patreon for now. We have never had any Patreon, which is great, because planning calls is annoying. But if we have Patreon pop in at some point, we'll have to plan calls. It's going to be fun. How are you, Denny? Welcome back to Twitch. Appreciate that. How's the PC going? Are we good? Is it fixed? Let me see if I can check that. God damn it. 1 second. You said nm-login. Let me check before I do anything. User level is gonna be mods. Mod level? Yeah, it's just for mods. Sony. Have a good rest, Chris. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thanks a lot for sharing the progress. I want to see the updates, the next updates. Denny, that is good news. That is good news. What are you doing for to improve them, though? Because that's the question. If you just hate on your design, not making any progress. If you hate on your design and you are changing them, you're making progress. That's good. That is good. Have a good rest of your day. Time zone and all that. And take care of your migraine. Migraine is not good. Can you share your design? Danny? The one that you don't like? So I can have a look. Mm-hmm. I have weird feelings. I have someone that contacted me on LinkedIn saying, we have this position for this company that seems to be pretty fitting for you, and I would love to have a call with you. And that was like Thursday last week. Well, we had the call on Thursday morning. And during the call, like you said, things along the line of, you basically already are validated for the next call. This call right here is mostly like a introduction call to ensure that we have a good understanding of the position and the company. And if you have like other questions and other things, that good job. Right, to check that. And so because that person said you're already validated and in the loop for the first stage of the hiring process, which is an 8-stage process. God damn. Anyways, right, you're definitely gonna move on to the next one. How long do you think it takes to send a message to the candidate that has been validated to plan the next step? Like, I feel like the next day and or the same day, I should have received something that says, here are our availability. If it matches with you, let's organize something. Or, hi, I'm the next person on the steps. What are your availability for next week? I don't know. 1 week to 1.5 weeks? I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Gen Z person. Might be it. Josh, I have one, but it's hard as fuck. But I have one. I want to do it. I have a business ID, which is extremely profitable. It is 100% making the users' lives better, but it includes the integration of technologies that are ancient things that you have never heard of, probably, that needs to be integrated in that thing. And the thing is a physical and tech at the same time product. So, the target audience and the people that would buy this thing are contractors, as in people that build buildings or housing or building for offices type of things. It's like they have money, and it's an integration system that works with the pass that lets you open the door and the elevators. Because it's not the case just yet. I haven't seen that yet, where a user, someone that lives in the building or work in the building, pass his badges at the front door, and we know how much time does it take from the front door to the elevators. And if an elevator is available, we can just request it when the user enter the front door, and just it reaches the elevator shaft at the bottom without the user having to press the button. And then because we know the user related to the pass, we know on which floor they need to be or need to go. And so they can just tap the pass on the elevator and it goes straight to their flat and or their offices or anything else. And so if you are someone that has access to multiple floors, you tap your badge, it gives you the available floor for your badge, you press on the one that you want. And for me, I want that so much. It's basically a way to fix the Google interview question for the 100,000 floor building, elevator building process thingy. I don't know if you've heard of that, but yeah, for me that's the thing. Each user has a pass, and yeah, the only one that would be complicated is the delivery people. These people would need this is not learning to code, this is like learning ancient assembly type of thing. That's yeah. And it's also lobbying the elevator manufacturers software business. Well, the hive's high. Well, and the key fob pass types of people to work together. It's not a, I mean, it is kind of a SaaS because it's these like software as a service that you provide as a service for the buildings, and you can integrate the front door and the elevators. So it's a software that needs to communicate to both things. So the software is that communication between the two entity, the elevator manufacturer and the key manufacturer. And so that's the software. But you can also provide the physical thing that ensure that both communicate truly by basically having an elevator manufacturing firm and a door security firm, and they are integrated together. And that works with the building people. But yeah, also, yes, if the delivery buzzed you, yeah, the elevator can go down automatically. So yeah. I don't know if it's simple, but also think about it, right? Someone buzz you to go down, pick up your package. When they buzz you, the system recognizes that someone buzzed you from the outside, therefore it's probably like a delivery or someone that is supposed to come in. And so the elevator that was further up goes down, but then you are coming out of your flat and you need to take the elevator to go down. So, like for me, for example, my elevator is taking like 2 minutes to go up and down. It's slow as fuck. So if it is on my floor and someone buzzed me downstairs and I'm planning on getting down, the elevator is just gonna go down empty to greet the person that is on the first floor or downstairs and then come back up. Robin Spy, good job on that. That is so sad. What did you do? What did you try to open and cut? Was it pumpkins? Oysters? Just an onion. God damn. Good job. That is bad. That is bad. Well, I hope it heals fast. Yeah. Ugh. I see. That's a different thing. Oh, that's weird. Hmm. You know, it's usually you cut less, you cut yourself less if your knives are sharp than when they are not. Oh, the amount of finger cutting that went through my head is just bad. Yeah, because basically when you have a sharp knife and you know how to cut things, you place it and it cuts. When you have a non-very sharp knife, you place it and it doesn't cut first, so you need to force in and it slides out. So that's usually what we say, but yeah. Yes, me too. Me too. I still have some issues here and there, but yeah, most of the time. The main thing is the cutting outward, like just the simple fact of instead of being straight down, you just or like that when you cut kind of helps to not cut yourself most of the time. Yeah. That sounds bad. I hope you're good, other than the hand cutting. Yeah, it depends on the veggies and it depends on the knife. Like carrots, like fresh carrots that are kind of crunchy and hard. You need really good knives to go through and be good with that. But yeah, cutting veggies is pretty good. I think one of my knives, which is in the kitchen right now, it's usually there. I have like a Leatherman, like a multi-tool type of knife. This is the sharpest knife that I have in my house, and it's sharper than a cutter, an X-Acto knife type of thing, utility knife. So it's way better blades. Did you I mean, no. I was about to ask a question, but I already have the answer. The answer is no. Because you're not where you are. I mean, you're not where you live. You are at a friend's house. So I get it. I get it. Yeah, that was the question. Did you stream this week? But I'm guessing if you're at a friend's house, that's the answer is kind of no. Probably. Probably. I was about to say something. That is good. Good job on that. Good job on installing Discord, Daddy. Took you long enough. Did I talk about that? I didn't talk about that. We need to talk about that. Oh, I know what you don't like. I see. Are these stream shareable? Tell me they are the stream shareable. Please. I don't think they are. I see. I see. I see. Let me open everything. Not in the order that you send them, so that way we have no references. Yes. The idea of the text being red for go rogue is much better than the text being blue. I know what you don't like about this. I can see it. And you tried different things with different color schemes and different like versions of these kind of dotted lines compared to these, right? And then you tried this one. This is complex to a degree. Just by looking at these versions, right? Not going further down. I do like this one the most compared to these ones. I like the idea of the cross being black instead of red, and I would rather have these texts being red. And I was about to say, I know that you don't like the cracks because it's, yeah, it's kind of weird. And I get it. This is weird. This one feels like an out of place type of thing. I remember James doing some animation for something really similar, as in error message handling. Error message handling, yes. It did that at some point, and I don't know if it was James or August or both. I think it was just James for something. We're going to check in a second. And then you have this as well. Yes, I can. This was an issue on the amount rather than anything else. Recap on this one, I like it. I like the concept of it. I don't like the color of the Go Rogue. I think it would be better in red, and I wouldn't have the dot at the end, like the period at the end is kind of too much. I would get rid of the cracks for sure, and I would change these to something that is more error handling. And then for that, the issue is that you have 5 elements, and you should have 4, not 5. So I think you could combine some of these to, like, efficiency and savings is probably something that can be combined together. Visibility and compliance, because they are both 100% digitized and 100% compliant, that could be combined into one. The adoption, that's on its own. So to me, I could say efficient and saving, visibility, compliance, adoption, as it's just 3 cards. The ID of the blur background is interesting, but Stoney, you can't say that because this is the client color. So, you know, yeah, can't do that. That, no choice. Where's James? Where's James when we need him? God dang. Does he have a dash or an underscore or something? Yes. He doesn't. Jimsm. Yeah. Tony, we agree, but if the client is blue, the client is blue. VidMount wasn't blue? No, VidMount was blue. OceanBit was blue. This one is blue. That happens. Error handling. I remember the animation. That's the thing. Its portfolio is blue. Yes, that is true. I forgot. It might be on the clerk, to be honest. Might have been on clerk. That I'm thinking about it. Nonetheless, what he did, what I have in mind, is error message pop in, another error message pop in, another error message pop in on top of each other, and see it's the stack notification type of visualization. And then there is, I think, a model that comes on top that just says that you are secured and or something else when something goes wrong. So yeah, I wish. The only thing with James that I have a bit of a hard time with is the teeth. Too white of a teeth. I'm kidding. I am kidding. That wasn't this one. Well, clerk. Let's check clerk, you know. I've been getting a ton of inspiration on Twitter, to be honest. Yeah, it's one of these bitches. Like, one of these things. Basically get messages and checks. I was 9 number 1 stuff and there's a ton of inspiration pitched. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You see the difference between this and this? You can see the difference in that specific thing? In that specific thing? You tell me. While I click on the that. While I click on the that. It kind of is, but it might not be. I think that's kind of the idea which you did on here. But it was the error handling section, really. You're saying good things. Not the right things, but no, not that. So, this is information input is good. Some things go through, some don't. Some have errors, some have alerts, some have bad faces. After that, things break. Yours is things are broken all the way, all the time. So even in our like most basic things, the sentiment and the feeling that is perceived by the user is, oh, our thing is broken all the time. Guys, all, hi, welcome in. How have you been? How are you? So that's the health is okay. I'm just tired. And I need to plan my gym's session now, which I don't like to do, but yeah, that happens. That's the main difference, really, for me, in between the two. This one is just things are good, things can happen, things can block in the beginning, things can go through, but when they go through, it goes broken. And from the thing that goes broken, it can also still go through. And then it's just the final output is absolutely broken. Like this is a small break, so things can pass. And for you, it's this is broken, therefore there is no passage at all. So technically the out of policy can never be checked because there's nothing that comes in, so it's broken. And because it's also not going to the other thing, it's broken as well. So that's the thing. I think that's the main difference. So there is a path to completion that is broken at the end point, but that can still leave things go through in some situations. And yeah, that's the main thing that I'm seeing in between the two. So to avoid that, I mean, you could have some lines that go through if you wanted to keep that. You could go with this, which is, as said, like basically that section, which is interesting. I like it. I just wish there was God dang, these animations are great. This one? This one is the chosen one? Or this one is the chosen one? Which last? Which last one are we talking about? The red or the blue? I see. So this one is the chosen one. Okay, so you're going for this. You need storytelling through the scroll. So it's gonna be some scroll-based animation. We've had that. I don't know if I liked it. I may have. I may have not. Welcome back. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Someone, which I forgot the name, again, had like a website with a scroll-based animation. And it was pretty interesting. I think what you need to have, if this is a section on the website, you need to have things work, as in impossible when stakeholders go rogue, but before the go rogue is displayed, I kind of want to have things that are positive in these sections pop in, and then when on slide or on load of the pitch deck, if it's like a slide, the animation needs to be interesting. Like if it's just static, if it's this, if it's static for the I'm trying to figure it out. Is it for the presentation that you need to do? Is that the thing? Again? I mean, not again, but like, this is for the presentation pitch deck thingy that you need to do? God damn, that hurts. I think what doesn't work for me is the bottom section. That whole thing, like most of it, like that section right there is too much contrast compared to this. Like the Go Rogue has less contrast than the icons themselves. I would swap the colors. I would have the icon color for the text and the text color for the icons, so that it is less distracting. And then these text values are too black. It is the day. And they need to be less black. I think that's one of the issues that I can see. And I would like do you understand what I'm saying there? I would decrease the opacity of that whole section at the bottom, specifically the one that are highlighted with an arrow. Like I think I would make their background the same color as this, so a slight salmon, and the text maybe black or gray, and more space on the sides. But the other thing that I have in mind is the alerts message that are more of a cyber thing. I don't think it would work for this specific use case, but like having yeah, something like this. Like if this is your elements and you have your 16 should have done that. Something like this, where you have your message here and you have your alerts icon on the corner. So it kind of looks like a Figma message, but in the other way. And you have your alerts right there, which I think could have made the thing more impactant. Hi again. We're back from coffee and meeting and everything. Like as a whole thing, right? It could also have been like a 20% or something, and that one here being red, maybe not that red. I don't know. IDs. You know. Yeah. Yeah. I think the dispatch is gonna be easier. Like what is kind of complicated for me on this slide is the fact that it says going rogue and everything is organized like so organized. Like all of your lines are perfectly aligned. Every columns are perfectly in the right place. The sizes, the shadows, the things, everything is perfect. Where out of policy could be like something like this. Like you could play with the icon being the alerts, saying that this thing specifically is out of policy and it's like really out of shape and out of place because it's outside of the box. It's going rogue. Like it yeah. I think that's what is the hardest thing for me right there. It is too clean to be rogue, which is why some of the first images that I kind of closed, like some of these images that have like some cracks, kind of works because it is going rogue in a way. It's just broken, and if you had them again, straight not straight, could help a ton. But yeah, just doing shit like this can just showcase things. And I could go with shit. I could potentially, can I find it quickly? I doubt it. I have liked it not so long ago, so I might find it quickly, but also it's been a bit. I'm looking for banking app, orange and white. I know it is somewhere in one of my stream overlay files. And I should just look at that. It's gonna be faster if I go here, probably. It's not. I doubt it. And web is web. I don't think I have splitted this. Did I put that in stickers? I may have. Nah. But the idea of stickers is kind of the thing. The main point that I was about to say is if you had your alerts around the Go Rogue, that would make more sense. So got it. If you had things like this as an alert, like that. Good. It means that you're progressing in your head. It will take time to get happy with things, but yeah, I feel like Yeah, it's also an option, yes. Right, shit like this could work for me. I don't know. Just rogue. There's a crack in my wall. Because it's usually stress related. It's not really check the dust. There's a crack at the top of the door. It's kind of aligned with the screws on the thing. So I'm, I don't like the idea of the entire thing falling on my face when I'm doing a pull-up at some point. Could happen. Why is that here and not? Did I come in H again? Ah! Yeah, I don't know. And you are stressed. That is not a wrong thing to say. I think I'd go with something like this, mostly. I guess. Like that kind of makes sense to me, to have like the going rogue being something like out of shape. I could also see the go rogue be also on the other like angles. But yeah, overall, I think that could be interesting. Concept. Oh, I hate when that happens. I need to pee. 1 second. I mean, if this one works for you, it's good. I don't know what you're using for pitch, for Dex. But if it's pitch or Figma or whatever, these things can be edited whenever. So if you have like a better idea that pops in your head when you're taking a shower tomorrow or something else, and you don't change the concept of the content of the slide, you can change that. It's always an option. I changed my it's a bit of a story time type of thing. I bought a new shower gel. I know you don't really care about that, but like my shower gel was kind of empty. So I went to buy a new one, and it turned out that it's not a shower gel, it's more of a hand soap. So I switched that, and now my shower gel is almost empty. So I need to go buy a new bottle somewhere. It's the same bottles type of things. I don't even know if it's these. Not that it matters for the brand or whatever, but it's this one, and my current one is the same, but it's just pink. And this one seemed interesting, so I said, you know what, it looks pretty cool, and it's a crème lavante, so it's a cleaning cream, but like cleaning cream is basically for your hands. And I forgot about that, and I need to buy this because that's what I need. And I fucked up. I think I only know the fucking colors of the things because they look good. Yeah, I have this one, which they are good. But you see the bottle is the exact same as the other one, and it's just like the head is a shower gel head, which is a longer pump compared to the one that I just have. So yeah, that happens. Anyways, side notes. So now I had good smelling hands. Well, you can buy it. You can buy it. It's not an issue. Story, that sounds weird. Why? Also, dang, it's not that expensive. And if you have the ability to find this thing in a store, they may have like a testers. A tester. Like they may have testers, as in testers, you know. Or testers enough to try out for like a month. No, it's ha, you youngling. I'm not saying testers to test it out. Testers are free. That's what I'm saying. So if you go to one place and you get a free testers, and you go to another place and you get another free tester, and then you go to another place, and you get what I'm saying? You're not gonna have a full bottle for free, but you're gonna have the thing for free. Yeah, like the god damn, the box, the red box that I showed you, it has like plenty of testers in it. It cost $50, and it has 8 perfume per category thing, and so it's, you can smell different and you can try different things. So I'm gonna attempt something. I'm dying right now. I think that's a pretty good idea. I think that is a pretty good idea. I could just do that. Actually, I could I could I no refunds. Like specifically. God damn, we have way too many things in there. Yeah, all that. Kidding. So yeah, then yeah, I would do that. I would do that. I would go to a store, see if they have a testers or an échantillon in French, and then have the perfume for free for like a week or a month, depending on how much you want to use it. Remember that if you want to use perfume, you have 3 or 4 sprays max. Don't do more than that, and don't reapply your perfume all the time, because you become what we call nose blind, so that you can't smell that you have your perfume, but everyone around you is like, fuck me, that guy puts too much perfume. So the points right there behind the ears on both sides, and then at the back of the neck. That's usually where I go. Front is not a thing that I kind of do, and if you like perfume, put it on yourself before you put your shirt on, because the perfume is not supposed to like smell for the whole room. It's supposed to smell for the people that like hug you or are close to you, and yourself obviously, but like mostly close to you. So that makes sense. Anyways, we have to talk about something that I absolutely forgot to talk about, which is Saturday. I had my intensive intensive class. You're not. It's not an Axe body spray. That's a different thing. It's a different thing. But yeah, the base thing, right, for the intensive class is, or was, basically interesting. We were 7. I think one of the 7 people that were there is not gonna continue. I have a feeling. I don't know why. One of them was sick and was on video conference rather than in person, which is kind of weird. And I was scared that my level was lower or too low compared to the class level. It is, but not that much. So I'm fine with it. So I paid for 6 months. Costed me $960 for 6 months of Japanese classes, intensive every Saturday, 3 hours. It's pretty good. We'll see if that helps. And yeah, some of the people that were there in the class have more vocabulary knowledge than me and kanji knowledge than me, but they don't. I mean, it's always some of my pride. They don't have the same pronunciation skills. Like my personal pronunciation skills in Japanese is not bad. It's not great either, but it's not bad. And some of these French are French. And they speak French with a, or they speak Japanese with a very French accent. So that was very, very weird. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Damn. There is a lot of things, as in when you are speaking in English, right? You have ums and right and like and filler words that makes your speech pattern sound more natural and more native than it is. In French, we have and and other things which are very similar. So someone that speaks English with the French accent will have these sounds that are kind of complicated, right? Kyle, again, welcome back. So that is the sounding of English with French backgrounds. But these people were speaking Japanese with a French background. Don, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Did you change your camera? I had a question for you, Kyle. Did you change your face camera on stream? That happened? I was right. I was right. It was, yeah, I popped in this morning. You were in the middle of like a good ass session, blue background thing, and I was looking at the overlay. I was like, something is different. something's different. And then I zoomed in, and yeah, camera was way better. That's cool. It's a good addition to the stream. And thanks a lot for the viewers to gift something like this. Yeah. Putain is usually the related to fuck. Merde also. Merde is really shit, so eh. Saloperie. I don't know. Anyways, not the point that I wanted to make. So these people, French again, were speaking Japanese with a French accent, and it is really weird. Adele, hi, welcome in. To me, one of them lived in Japan for 6 months and worked in Japan for 6 months. I think, I'm not sure. So lived in a restaurant, so he has some restaurant type um, mannerism, as in the way that he speaks in Japanese. So that makes sense. But still, while speaking, was kind of good and bad at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. Um, but when it's a bit of a backtrack derail from myself to myself would be good. My mom called me last month, and we chatted about the fact that I will go into that intensive course and lessons in Japanese, and I said I didn't have high hopes because I know that French will be French, and French that are learning a language will 100% want um, to speak French.
Horny.
And I was right. The French that were in the class, at some point, the teacher was trying to have us communicate and exchange and ask questions to each other. And the guy that was next to me said, "Oh, you want to do that in Japanese?" Because I started asking the question in Japanese in a Japanese class. And he replied in French, as in, "Oh, we do that in Japanese." In the intensive Japanese class. Yeah. So French are French and try to speak French whenever they can, even when they are supposed to learn a language. That was interesting. And yeah, we'll see next Saturday if it's going well. One of the girls that are in the class said that she took that class 2 years ago, and basically at the end she was the only one being in the class. Like everyone else has left or had left. So to her, that was um, kind of a bad thing. To me, that sounds like a great thing because you get the teacher as a one-on-one class that you pay for way less than if I was doing this amount of hours on a one-on-one class. So that's impressive. The frog sound is karara kororo, not arakana. Arakana is different. That sounds like hiragana, which is a different thing, and katakana, which is the two readings. Doing the French accent is really simple as well. So, that happens. But yeah, I agree. All that to say, we'll see if that gets better or if things happened. Good with 8? I think we're good with 8. That's crazy. It's crazy. Ugh. Cheese. Cheese. Basically, cheese is cheese. So, le fromage, cheese, cheese. That is very simple, very easy to understand. What do you mean you're approving shit that you shouldn't approve? We're good. Anything that says the French are the worst, or bad French, or hate the French is going to be approved automatically. But you know, um, if you say um, any country, like if you say Americans are the worst, it's going to be automoted as well. If you say whatever location are bad, it's usually going to be like automoted. I hate French, same thing. So I'm getting automoted by my own chat a lot of times as a French. No, that's good, Danny. Then it only takes when it's true. It only takes it when people get triggered by their full French. So yeah, Abdel, the most of the time in Japanese, if you think about it, if you know the word in English, it's probably that. So, um, for example, like if you want a GPS, you think about GPS, and you can think that GPS is going to be GPS as Japanese, but it's nabi for navigation system. So it's nabi. So when you know when or what, technically, when the word has been adopted in Japanese, you kind of know what it's going to sound like in Japanese. So, McDonald's, it's going to be Mac or Macdo or McDonaldo as a Japanese sentence or in a Japanese sentence, because it takes the English words and could just sound it in Japanese. Burger is burger. Because doesn't exist, so it's burger. French fries is potato frido. It's really simple. I don't know. I mean, technically in Japan we have my fan, which is different than OnlyFan. So we say my fan. Rather than OnlyFan. But yeah, I have my account on my fan. It's not that good. I don't like the UI. The UI of OnlyFan is much better, to be honest. And also they have like a ton of money. I don't think Japanese needs an update. I think it needs to be adopting some sounds, because some of the Japanese people are using the sounds that they are omitting in English and in other languages, and there are sounds that they can make, but they choose to not make. And I feel like they could just learn like a new set of sounds that they have removed. We kind of showcased that some weeks ago now. Do I have that? I forgot. I don't think I do. Do I? Oh yeah, I kind of do. So regular sounds is a, i, u, e, o, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, sa, si, su, se, so. Sa, shi, that makes sense. But they do have ya, and they used to have yi and ye, and they removed it. And for the wa, they removed we, we. And it used to exist. And I think if they still had it, there are some things, like some sounds that could work better and would 100% be easier to have in conversations. So, could highly see that as an update, but also that's debatable. Debatable. I don't know. Yeah, because we have, in French, we have a lot of sounds that are weird. I did press the button, Stony. I mean, on my side, I did press the button. Have a good rest of your day, girl. Take care of yourself. Yeah, these sounds, they could be really useful to bring back, for sure. We were on this thing. I think we did. We were on page 100 and something. We were here last Saturday, and again, this is like Japanese. For some reason, they have the hiragana underneath, and it's weird to have it underneath. We usually have on top, but this entire section is kaitai mono no, and kai nojo no UI on video play. What do you mean? This is not a video, if that's a thing that you're talking about. This is a book. That is a book. It's like kaitai mono. Kaitai mono means things. Mono is things, whatever, something. And kaitai just means kau. So kau is buying, and tai is just the form to want, like the wanting form. So that means wanting to buy things. And so kaitai mono is going to be the Japanese pronunciation. Kaitai mono is going to be the French pronunciation. So kaitai mono and kaitai mono. It's kind of, the mono is really different. So you have like these things, and the French in the course we're basically speaking kaitai mono no setsume ga deki tenhin no setsume no setsume mo rikai dekiru. Very French. When if you pronounce it properly, kaitai mono no setsume ga deki tenhin no setsume mo rikai dekiru. It sounds different, but also my pronunciation is not good. It's better than the French. It's still not good. So, that happens. I don't know. Nonetheless, details, things, side notes, all that. That was a story from Saturday, and yeah, we'll see. I have my other class on Wednesday. And this Wednesday is going to be a 3-hour class. So I need to figure out how to go to the gym and prep for everything. So that's going to take a bit of exercise. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's been a while. I found someone to raid from the start. Can you believe that? That's crazy. Anyways. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it a lot. If you want to see the VOD for a longer time, you also have the YouTube channel, which contains the VODs. And if you have a question on live, ask away on Discord when I'm not live. Also, you can stalk me on socials, and I shall be back on Wednesday if all goes well. Should be good. I said a lot of things. As always, this one was the best. Oh, that's really close to 8,100. That's crazy. Yeah, and if you want to give me money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. I would rather you buy something that makes sense and that gives you something in return. Nonetheless, fuck off, Napshi. You're not gonna see me do it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Have fun, take care, all that. See ya. I came back. Bye.